No words. Just silence. That'll be the next 7 hours. Ooh! Did you guys hear that? Holy shit. Sorry for my slight delay in starting. It is raining like crazy outside. I am very wet. I don't have an umbrella. Hopefully I'll dry out a bit. The good news is, the temperature is fantastic for streaming. I'm not gonna have to worry about getting overheated today, or I think most of this week. I think. Oh no, it's pretty great this whole week. The only reason I wanted to stop raining today is because I have things that I have to do later today, so this will be a slightly shorter stream. Oh fuck, it's not gonna stop raining. No. Well, I'm gonna have to do it. It has to be done today. I gotta go get some pictures taken for my residence card. And I think I'll have to travel into the city for that, but yeah. It is what it is. So today I'm gonna do something a little bit different. I wanna work on the level blackout for our platformer game. So this actually will be the first platformer game video that I throw up on YouTube, which is gonna be a little weird coming in at this phase of it. I mean, it is still early, right? We're still in pre-production, but I've already completed some of the platforming mechanics, so... Hey, Sid Unicorn Kitty, thank you for the resub, man.
Sadunicorn Kitty just subscribed. HYPL
I really appreciate that. For 2 months, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I don't know why my alerts aren't working again. Whatever. Wait, did I turn them off? Maybe I did. Hold on, I might have done that. Overlay. No, they're on. Okay, they're just not working. I don't know, maybe you saw the thing, but the audio isn't working for whatever reason. It never is. It never is. God, that's annoying. But I hope you're doing well. So I want to do the first level blockout and explain like the premise of the game and what our goal is with the vertical. It's very simple. We want to work on a precision platformer with in the Cauldron Chronicles universe using Spoon as our main character. So, you know, we're not letting Spoon die. And we have some platforming mechanics already made. Now, if you've watched the stream before, you probably have already seen this, but I can absolutely show some of this again. Ignore the all the red lines you see, those are for debug purposes. The good news is they're working. We've created some disappearing platforms. These ones are simple, they just disappear after a certain amount of time, as long as you touch them. And then they will, oh, those ones won't reappear because I didn't make them respawnable. The timer is adjustable, so you can set them shorter or longer if you want. Spoon is the main character. Although, I don't know if you know him from Cauldron Chronicles, he was our sewer goblin. Always talking about poop and killing people. Little rabble-rouser he was. There's different versions too, such as the timer pausing when the player is jumping off. The timer reversing. I think that one will be pretty fun. Oop, almost fell. Timer restarting when the player leaves. And then there are some destructibles as well, and these are quite nice. Ooh. So that's one of the mechanics. The second mechanic I worked on was moving platforms. Now these are pretty fun. So they follow a spline, so they're very easy to set up from a level design perspective. And the speed is constant on that spline. So level designers don't have to worry about making a, about a longer spline taking longer. I think that's pretty nice. The speed is of course adjustable. It even supports custom curves. if you want different movement curves. Optional kill at destination. And you can make it respawnable if you'd like. Custom actor class support, which of course, if I don't fall, means that we can use our timed platforms with the spline too. Let me try to jump on this one. Oh, it's coming back anyway. Usually alert, but I can't sleep tonight because my brain said no sleep for me. I'm glad to see that you're getting more done in this game. We're working on 3 games. 3. One of them is on pause because we're finishing up one of the games. And this one is being worked on with a separate group of people. Yeah, one of them we're finishing up, which is why I actually have to take some time off this week, or one of the reasons, is there's a lot that I have to do off stream to finish up the game. Like, I have to contact people for localization. I found somebody last night to do our achievement icons. I need to review audio. I'll need to start setting up the store page, put our game up on the IGDB. So much to do, but it's good. It's a good thing. The third thing I worked on for the platformer game was surface materials. Now, of course, we have our regular material here. This is just default Unreal material. I made some ice, which was actually more difficult to make than it sounds. I explained it on Friday. I don't know if you were here or if anybody, but I'll explain it for people because this will be the first video of this game that I put up on YouTube. The player character doesn't act normally on different surface materials. They just kind of stand there, and the game doesn't know, hey, we need to treat this player character as if they're actually standing on ice, versus if you just make a cube that is, you know, physics-based and then put it on ice, it will act normally. So I had to set up a custom system for changing the player movement component values based on the surface that we're standing on, which is exactly why you see that trace coming down from my crotch onto the ground. That's checking what we're standing on at any moment, as long as we're actually on the ground, and then changing the movement component based on that. We also have mud. When it's sticky, doesn't allow you to jump as much. Now, because I set it up to work with physical materials, the beautiful part of that is that we can have a single mesh like we have here with 3 different material layers, and we can apply the different physical materials to those different material layers. I still get stressed me out every time I see them in games. Here's what you'll really like beyond that, because of course it's easy to make the character slide like this. Very, very simple. Well, simpler. The more difficult part was making it work on non-flat surfaces, like you would see here. But I did make it work in a very, very weird way. But honestly, I think that from a player's perspective, they would not be able to tell that this is doing some weird physics fuckery behind the scenes. So I'm pretty happy for that. The last thing that I worked on, just for our prototyping mechanics, was bounce pads. These are pretty fun to work on. As you might expect, these make you bounce. Definitely more simple than ice materials, I can tell you that. The impulse strength is adjustable. It can bounce anything with a movement component or a static mesh component. So that's fun. Bounce the player and static meshes. The impulse is static, so mass is taken into account. So things that are lighter will jump higher, while things that are heavier will not jump as much. The fun aspect is you can turn off the bounce for the player or mesh if you want. So if we want something where there's just a bunch of bounce pads with bouncy meshes going around, we can do that. It is based on impact to normal, so if you were to jump on one, it will launch you in the direction that you expect. That was just me pressing forward. That's quite nice. Custom mesh support, of course. And because it is a custom actor, we can put it onto our movement spline. So a lot of combinations can be used here with our different mechanics already. This was tough. This was tough because meshes are irregular in shape, right? And I'm testing the player hitting the mesh in order to apply the impulse. The problem is, if you've ever worked with Unreal, or I think even maybe Unity might have similar problems, is that with an irregularly shaped mesh and an irregularly shaped character, you might trigger more than one hit in a short amount of time. So to solve this, I keep a running list in these actors of the other actors, the scene actors that have hit and bounced. And then after a small delay, I remove that actor from that list and allow it to bounce again. So it's really weird, but when you see something like this, it is keeping in mind that we have hit the pad, and then after a certain amount of time it says, okay, it's been enough time since that actor hit the pad, they can now launch again. It's a little obtuse maybe, but it does work. Hey Scary, got a master presenter? I don't think I'm a master presenter. I'm getting better. I can tell that I'm getting better at talking about things on stream, but I'm still not as good as I need to be. I'm gonna like start teaching juniors or something. There's so much that can be used in a game. Yeah, there really is, and I think this is just the start of it. So the premise. The premise is simple. Let's take a 2D slice look at the game. Ignore everything in the background. You are Spoon. You are thrown into a giant pit. This is some magical fantasy pit, right? Because it's taking place in the Golden Chronicles universe. Down at this pit, there is a little village. And a massive fantasy tree. So you're chucked down here, but some magical force prevents you from dying. So there, I don't know, some magic back. It's magic. Fuck it. Right? Maybe the pollen of the tree gives off featherfall capabilities. Whatever. It is what it is. And your goal as Spoon is to platform, back up to the top. In traditional precision platformer, rage platformer mechanics, obviously with all these different things that we've made for it. That's the premise. That's the premise for our vertical slice. And if that's fun, we can build on that. We can make more levels. We can add in different modes, whatever. So we wanted to take the core premise of rage platformers, precision platformers being really fun with platforming, but then tweak two things. Number one, I find that most precision platformers are really bad with their controls. Like, they're just not enjoyable to play, which contributes to the rage, of course, but I think that this is an artificial difficulty that doesn't need to exist, and I think that the game could be more enjoyable to engage in, even if the platforming is hard, as long as the mechanics are consistent and solid. Secondly, most of these games just rip store assets, which is fine, it works, but we want to make something a little bit more artistically fleshed out and unique in that way, and build upon the universe that we have. So those are our two goals with the vertical slice, and then we can see, hey, how can we make this really unique and fun? Does Spoon own a cute little okay, so in Golden Chronicles you can get Spoon hooked up with an ogress, and they give whose name is Ladle, and they will have a baby called Teaspoon. So yes, the answer is yes. I don't know when this takes place in his timeline though. Bouncy leaves. Something. There's some magical force that prevents him from dying. I don't know, maybe he falls in sewage or something. He would love it. Actually, he wouldn't. He didn't like the sewage. That's why he left the sewers. There's a whole bunch of lore, okay? There's a whole bunch of lore about Spoon. We'll get into it. Yeah, little baby Teaspoon. So I want to block out this first level, just in here, just to feel the scale, to get a sense of what it looks like and how it might work. That's the plan, at least. The cool thing is we do have ultra dynamic sky. I think that's going to help a lot. We will use lumen, probably use nanite. We'll see. But I think lumen's going to help make the game look really pretty if we can have some bespoke, stylized artwork made for it. As a blockout, we can just make this super simple. I will use data layers though. Let's see. Tree climb data layer. And I think I'll make a I think what I'll do is I'll make a parent prototype data layer and then put different aspects of the, or not the prototype, the blockout, and then put different aspects of the blockout into that data layer so that you can just turn off the on or off the blockout anytime. Falls into high res particle effects pollen. Well, you can do GPU effects nowadays. When you're making a Niagara particle effects, you can do either. I don't know how you set it up, but there is a way. Oh, they have some like starter ones? Oh, that's cool. It's actually my first time trying to make a particle effect system. That's nice. Oh no, a boomer for game design now? Yeah, so Niagara particle effects, thankfully they've made GPU. I can show you a good example of it. I think it was during their first nanite demo. There was a scene at the end with, well, actually the falling rocks might be particles, but I'm not sure. But I know that at the end, there's a nice little portal here that is full Niagara. You can see what GPU particles look like. They've done some insane things with GPU particles in Unreal. Your CPUs will be very thankful. Flashbang at the end too. That was nice. Data layer, blockout, parent. Slams credit card on table. Yeah, there's some really good looking particle effects. I have no idea what to do with particle effects though. It's all magic to me. Blockout, let's see, let's do pit. This will be the pit blockout. Make it a child, and let's make sure that these are not automatically turned on. All content. Okay, so yes, I want to name the game Kill Yourself. I do not know if Steam will allow me to name the game that. So that's why the placeholder title is Into the Chasm. But if they allow it, then I will name the game kill yourself or go kill yourself. I don't know. I'm still debating that internally. And yes, it's supposed to be controversial. You're supposed to think, no, there's no way you can name your game that. Watch. Instead of doing that, I could just... use a cylinder or something. Actually, do you think that there are... You know what? I have an asset pack that might be useful for this because it has the materials cooked in that have the, you know, the meter distances. I don't really know how to use those, but let me find it. It was part of the... What's that really low-res game art studio? Low-res... Fuck, I don't remember the name of them. Somebody help me out here. Cinti. There's a prototype pack that I bought, which was quite nice and quite cheap. It has some nice models and materials for prototyping. Oh, I could have sworn that they had a material that had like the numbers on the grids. Does Unreal have something like that? UE5 prototype material. Exactly. Stuff kind of like this. Oh, Kenny has it. Of course he does. So just the textures, though. I don't know how to make the materials for it. Prototype grid materials. I do not see them anymore. Prototype. Oh, oops. I can't believe Pecco is still imprinted in my brain a month later. I was just seeing that because I was deleting the VODs from Death Stranding 2, and I was like, damn, you know, I miss playing that game. This kind of has the material, but again, I wish that these materials had the... had the numbers on them. Like this, but I don't want to pay 15 bucks for it. I feel like I could put that on the texture, right? I could just open the texture up in Photoshop and fix it. So I mean, I guess theoretically I could just download this and update the textures. Theoretically. This one I actually own. I bought it for a separate game. that everybody who was working on it didn't want to work on it anymore, so I was okay, well, it is what it is. Let me try to log in and download it. Oh, I'm logged in. Any alternative Parkers today? Yes, so it's a little bit weird, but because I need to finish up Coindozer mainly off stream, but I still want to stream, I'm going to be taking probably the first... Today will be a short day because I have something else I have to do, but then I'll probably take off Thursday and Friday to do Coindozer work off stream. And it's going to be like that maybe for a couple of weeks while we finish up. So I apologize for that, but it is what it is. So I figured I'd work on something else that we have to do in the meantime. Textures. Okay. I'm not up to date with the lore, so it's all new to me. Okay, so we're finishing Coindozer, but there are a lot of things that I have to do off stream because I either don't want to stream them or I can't stream them. And it's difficult for me to do like a 7 to 8 hour stream, but then go home and continue to do more work. So instead, what I'll do is I'll just take that time off so that I can come to the office, not have to worry about streaming, and just work on the game and do the things that are maybe a bit more like sensitive with details, or are me like just, I don't know, writing emails to people for, you know, getting localization. So it is what it is. Hey, Honors. Okay, I have the textures. I also have, like, the level. I wonder if I could pull the materials in for this. What if... we do that? Emailing stream? I don't think that would be very good. What tech do you use for project planning, if anything? Utrecht. We use that for Colding Chronicles as well. It's like Jira, but better and free. And way more customizable. Just invite the guy to the chat so we can give you feedback on his email. Polygon prototype materials. Okay, they look like they're there. Crap test needs code pass. I don't think that's the one we want. Where's the grid? How do I actually use it? How do I do anything with it? Are these the wrong assets? What is this using? Grid 1 instance. What tomfoolery is this? Prototype base grid? What? Oh. How do I get it to be normal? Or do I have to use the, like, one of the meshes that came with it? Maybe we should just use those meshes. Tried some chili cheese balls, but I think they taste like a salad, not the vibe I was expecting. Chili cheese balls. I don't think I've ever had a chili cheese ball. You can do a web application for software type work. Thanks to Google products like Gmail Calendar. It's pretty nice. Hey Lepus, we're working on another game. Okay, to keep it short, I need to do a lot of work for CoinDozer, but pretty much 95% of it is going to be off-stream work. So in the meantime, I'm just going to do some work that I need to do on this game, and then take like 2 days off this week to continue with CoinDozer. That's going to be the plan. And today will be a slightly short day because I have to go get photos taken before the photo places close. So like at like 2 p.m. I'm going to have to take off. I smell good. I appreciate that. Thank you for sniffing me. What's the difference between the simple and the polygon? Oh, these have like some chinks and cracks in them. You can kind of see it. That's kind of nice, to be honest. I just have no clue how they took the mesh and gave it this orange material. I guess it's because it's its own static mesh. They can apply a slot, and it's using the slot to determine. Because I was just throwing cubes out into the scene, I can't change the slot on that cube. Would be my guess. If I had to guess. But that's fine, we can use this and maybe I can change the color or something. Yeah, I can at least change the color. That works. Hey Mosta. Jumped on my how you do it, did I? Sorry, I'm trying to figure something out. I miss messages. You guys type so much. Do we love you? What have I done to deserve it? Huh? Also, yes, check out our Steam Curator group. Thank you, Moobot. If you guys like to, you know, see curator recommendations on games, I'm slowly building out those in the background, so if you'd like to see these on Steam, you can get those from me. Just give our curator group a follow. So, theoretically, if I take the texture which I guess is maybe this grid? Or maybe this one. And this is 1 meter. The default cubes in Unreal are 1 meter by... They're 1 meter cubed, right? Oh. Oopsies. That was my bad. Oh. Hold on. Wrong buttons. Yeah, those are 1 meter. Okay. Export to desktop. And we'll just throw a 1 meter on there somewhere. Art. Your art. Hey, C-Spawn. Glorious. Yeah, but if I put it there, it kind of makes it look like that's square as well. I mean, it's kind of obvious that that's not 1 meter. No Comic Sans. How about this? Does this satisfy you? There's your Comic Sans. Dark Souls of Notation. I thought that was trademarked by Microsoft. I think they're open. I think like Comic Sans is open source, like Creative Commons. I mean, Comic Sans license. It doesn't look like it's Creative Commons, but it is, like, I guess as long as you're not selling it as your own thing, they're not going to do anything. But if you use it in commercial products, they don't give a shit. Something like that. Do I need to export this texture as anything special for re-importation? sRGB, no alpha. Looks fine to me. Now we know our meters. Am I the only one that prefers seeing the numbers? Am I crazy? Like, cause then I can just be like, okay, that's 5, 10. You shut the fuck up. I know meters are inferior. They're, you know, they're free. I prefer freedom feet. How far across? This is obviously not big enough. And I kind of would prefer to use a cylinder if they have it. Do they have it? I do not see a cylinder. Can I make a cylinder? What would be the... Well, 50 would be the radius if it was... Okay. Height. 100. Material we want to be... Well, this material. Well, that doesn't look right. Why does it look more gritty? Maybe just because it doesn't have the right slot assigned. Where does that put it? Here. Okay, what happens if we apply prototype base grid? Still looks fucked up. How do they? You do it correctly then. What the fuck is a meter raw? You know what Europeans over here don't understand is how we, you know, we use the imperial system, but then if you buy like a bottle of soda, it's a 2-liter bottle of soda. We just use it when it suits us. Music sounds like the battle was lost, but the heroes just gained resolve in time for the last battle. Astute observation. This is from Starbound. Great soundtrack. Like 6-hour-long soundtrack. I don't really get it then. I don't really get how these meshes work. I'm too stupid. No, nothing there. How come this doesn't have a fucked up? Is it just due to the UVs of the mesh? I mean, I guess what I could do is I could make a custom material with this texture and then just multiply it against or even do like an overlay of a material of a color on top of the output. Let me try that. That's gonna be the multiply for color right there. Basically when Agent Coulson died in Avengers 1. Okay. Now we want the color, so let's put a color parameter in. I'm thinking we could just do an overlay instead of a multiplier. Oh. Okay, we'll use the multiply. You just fought the British to the shoreline and they surrendered, securing victory. You guys are going crazy with lore today. What the fuck is going on? What phone do you have? I have a Galaxy S22 5G. I think it's the S22. It's either that or the S21. A little bit old, still works. 21 5G. Not the Plus or anything, those screens are way too fucking big. You struck me as an Android guy? Why is that? What differentiates an Android guy to an Apple guy? I don't know, you can just tell. I feel like that's a compliment, because if my ego was just, you know, like out of orbit of this planet, I think you'd be like, you're probably an Apple guy, right? No. Convert to parameter color. Opposite? I don't think my ego is very big. I'm pretty constantly talking about how I suck at things, so. Alright, we'll keep it white for default, and then we'll make instances of that, or yeah, instances of that for different colors. Nerds with big egos have androids. Do I have a big ego though? Beautiful. But you also own a Switch? I did buy a Switch Lite, and I don't really play it because the games are too expensive, so. It's alright. I like it for some things, like actually Baldur's Gate Enhanced played really well on the Switch. Surprisingly. You would think an old CRPG wouldn't have good keyboard and mouse or gamepad controls, but it actually did. TS was better. Like if you're thinking of like a giant pit. Let me see if I can find some. And it's gotta have a tree growing in the center of it. Something like this actually is pretty damn decent as a visual example. What are we looking like for scale? How many meters across is this thing? Hey, Chisla. Morning. Looking at the Fold 7. I will never get a phone that folds like that. Flip phone, great. Fold 7 just seems like Made in Abyss. I mean, the pit is kind of inspired by that same kind of feeling. I do have a Made in Abyss game document somewhere. Because I watched it, I'm like, why is this not a game yet? And so I briefly made a one sheet, like a sinkhole. Yeah, but like how big across is this? How many meters? You wanna try this? Let's just see what he says. Let's see how good AI is getting. How wide across is this pit? It's like 500 pixels. One to 2 kilometers? You think? I guess maybe. 50 meters? No, dude, look how small the people are. They're like ants. There's people. Oh, I'm still in modeling mode. That's why I was being weird. Dude, that's 1 kilometer. Ain't no way we're making a... Bruh. You know how big that game would the game would be? It doesn't have collision. Let me fix that. I mean, I guess to some extent, yeah, the scale... That's too big. Big for a fucking game. Like, we definitely need some space, but this is maybe a little bit overboard. Oh, you forgot a 0? I mean, it would definitely give you a sense of scale, wouldn't it? But we don't have to use all the space. A lot of it can just be visual. So that's fair. And I suppose if you want to feel as if you were thrown into this dangerous, massive pit, that sense of vertigo when you like look up from a you know, on like to a tall building, I kind of want that experience with the tree. What's a blockout? It's basically just seeing what the level will look like with blocks and simple colors and meshes and shit like that. Because it's much easier to iterate and like delete a part of it or make something smaller without messing up your completed art. Level blockout. Stuff like this on the top. Level designers will make this, and then there will be an art pass, and they'll say, okay, we need this building, material here, different material here. We like this, you know, it makes fun gameplay. If you ever played Uncharted 3 multiplayer, they had these maps that they would run as experimental to see if people liked playing in these maps, and if they did, they would flesh out the map, which I thought was a really cool feature of... I thought that was really cool to have, especially on a console. It's like, hey, here's an unfinished map. You guys like it? Is it fun? If so, we'll turn it into, you know, something more pretty like this. Is this like your third game you're working on right now? Yes. Yes, this is. This is with a different set of people, though. I guess I could try 1 meter and just see. What is like the color of sandstone? If you had to describe the color of sandstone, what would it be? White tan. Yeah, tan works. Tan works. Sandy. Thanks guys, that helps. More orangish, is it? Platinum blonde? It's a good start. Prototype. Ideally, it would be great to have like a hollow capsule. I don't know if I can make a hollow cap. Oh, not a capsule, I mean a cylinder, I mean. Not really. Soundtrack is mid, your mom's mid. None of it is memorable. I think the Stardew Valley soundtrack is a little bit memorable. But I agree that it maybe isn't... I don't think it's meant to be memorable as much as it is meant to be relaxing. Starbound? No, that was Stardew. Dollar Store Super Mario Bros. Dude, you guys fucking hate Stardew Valley or something? Damn. I could use the geometry. Doesn't this stuff kind of not perform very well though? I mean, it's a blackout. It doesn't need to be performant, I guess. What am I worrying about? Is that the farming game? Yes, that is the farming game. Yeah, it's relatively centered. Duplicate. Attractive. Instead of just scaling it up, I'll just set the Z really high. Wii Music equals audience retention and a copyright strike. Actually, I use the Wii Music. Doesn't get me any copyright issues, as far as I know. You bought Stardew Valley and refunded? Why would you do that? Not your thing? Animal Crossing? I think they're pretty different. I'm actually kind of surprised that that doesn't mess with the lighting. A little bit worried it wouldn't render shadows that are that far away. It's kind of doing it. Huh. I do not know how tall it is though. But I'll tell you what, it definitely gives you a sense of scale. It kind of looks closer than it probably is, but I think that's also just due to the fact that there aren't that many internal edges. So it looks simple. Did you ever have the OG Nintendo DS? Not really, no. I had a Game Boy Color, but I never had a DS. How come I don't see these in the outliner? Isn't that weird? Hmm. What is this game about? Escaping a giant pit. Grand Canyon. Documentary. Yeah, exactly like the Batman movie. That's... You got it perfect. I mean, think of how many platformers you could fit in this tall of a pit. Probably quite a lot. It's not even 1 kilometer tall. Oh, damn. Okay, let's just assume that I got that near perfectly. Oh, it's almost 1 kilometer tall. John Canyon was a regular Family Guy when one day he found a crack. Yeah, that checks out. As an American, I can confirm. So that's where the tree would be. I don't really have like a big tree mesh that I can throw in here with leaves. I do have one. I mean, it's gonna look shit when it's scaled up, right? Because realistically, if you have a big tree, it doesn't mean that your leaves are going to be as equally ginormous. So if I take like a normal ass tree that's, you know, maximum like 10 meters, 20 meters in height, and scale that up, the leaves are gonna get massive as fuck too. Which doesn't really check out. But for a blockout, it might be nice to visualize. I don't know, I could see if it looks nice. If not, we just delete it. Game completion is a 6-month rehab chip. Hey, we're gonna complete a game. End of next month is the goal. And then I want to do like maybe 2 weeks of marketing with the game page up. Like with the store pages all up and translated. And then do the release. Definitely before Q4 of this year, it'll be out. Q3, it'll be finished. And then we do a little bit of waiting with the store page live. Yeah, let me try adding this. Where are the trees? foliage. Main tree. It's not tall enough. It's a pretty looking tree, but I know for sure that's not going to work. Never thought about having to create the Steam store page. Yeah, there's a lot of work that goes behind it. Yeah, I'm like, some world position offset bullshit or something. I don't know. Either way, that one will work. We'll delete that. Is the magic forest. Delete, please. Thank you. California redwood tree model, scale up, add compatible branches, change leaf color. There might be some of that. So I was looking at this. This might be very useful to us, but the way that the nanite foliage, I think we could procedurally generate the tree. I'm quite convinced we can use PCG to make our tree and save a billion hours on modeling that. Yeah, I think we can do a PCG tree. Interesting. So those geometry meshes don't get added to the data layers at all. All right. Well, we'll just use them for the prototyping. In short, with PCG, we can generate every part of the tree with parameters. So we can generate the trunk, all the branches, and then the leaves on the branches just by setting the parameters of where all of that should spawn, and then find a good looking tree that we like, bake that into a mesh, and we're good to go. And the nice part is that we can then ensure that all of our leaves, branches, and all that are actually modeled, so that if we enable nanite, and especially nanite foliage, once 5.7 releases, we should have a very performant scene with a high quality tree. That's the goal, at least. So these are nanite. This is the tree that I was using in Colden Chronicles. And I think it worked pretty well. Casual 500,000 triangles, which means it will scale up and look a little bit better in that regard. And then these were the leaves for the tree. Thank you. Those have 2.2 million nanite triangles, so those are modeled, which is exactly what we want. ZG tree plan is above my pay grade. It's actually not too, it's not too difficult from what it looks like to make it, to be honest. And that'll mean that the artist only really needs to model a couple core aspects to the tree itself, and then the leaves, and then we can, there. It's super difficult at your experience level. It's basically just like parameters. So you used to say, okay, start by building the trunk, and as you know, build, I don't know, 8 layers of the trunk. And you can do, you know, random offset of the rotation in this direction or this direction, random scale, random, I don't know, height. Playing with numbers, a lot of playing with numbers. We have the tree foliage, but does it work with all these trees? What do I do with this? You know what I could do is just jump into their demo level, copy one of their trees, and scale it up. Probably works. Probably take a few minutes to load up their level though. Here's how blending the textures or models or the individual pieces look. I'm glad you asked. Let me show you a nice little pack on Fab. Called Easy Mapper, which does world-aligned texture painting on your 3 channels. So you have your model, you just paint on it. And it will blend those. Definitely recommend. This guy makes a lot of really nice stuff. Yeah, see, this guy's doing some big scale trees. I think one of these would work pretty well for us. He only put the leaves on this one or these ones. I think that while this tree is really cool, the branches coming out of it might, once you scale it up super big, cause a bit of a problem. I could always delete those, even just for the sake of, you know what, I'll do that. I'm gonna get this tree, because I think this tree looks really nice. Oh, you just made a BP for them. Well, fuck that, okay. I didn't see that. My bad. Alright, let's see. Content. Fantasy Forest Blueprints. We got BP Tree 1, Tree 3, and Tree 4. And honestly, I do really like the way that this one looks. Well, let's just try scaling it up and see what the fuck happens. Yeah, the leaves kind of push out a bit. That's not too bad. Obviously, the closer you get, the more silly that the scale looks to a certain extent. But it is just meant to be a block out, so we're not going to be using this tree. Doesn't have to be like super centered, just it should feel like the tree is trying to obtain that sunlight, and by doing so it had to, grow up and up and up. Yeah, it feels pretty good. We'll leave that there. That stick coming out of it. Let's move the player start and ultra dynamic stuff out here. We can delete these. Please. Delete. And delete. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm liking the scale. I wonder if digital artists have dreams where everything is slightly too low detail. What's something funny about this tree mesh? Because it's nanite, there's so many triangles that even scaled up, it's only the texture that looks bad. But the mesh still has a relatively decent quality of detail to it. Like, it's not horrible. That's still a pretty crazy amount of triangles for how much I scaled it up. Jarrison hands. Yeah, the texture looks shit. Now, that's one of the things. So if we use Easy Mapper, my thought process is, let's use PCG to model the tree because it'll save like 1 billion hours. And then fuck the textures. Let's just find the materials we can and just vertex paint. Like, it's gonna take a while, right? It's a big tree, but we'll just vertex paint the shit out of it, and therefore it'll be nanite, so it'll have really high quality of detail. And with the painting, we can limit ourselves to having, I don't know, maybe 3 to 5 4K textures, and it should look pretty good. I don't know, we'll see. Waiting for someone to make a game in the style of Nanite Debugger. Dude, that would be an eyesore. actually, it just shows you this, and then it shows you a shade of color, and you have to select all of the triangles that match that shade. It's the perfect game for autistic people. Probably a ton of overdraw on those leaves. Yeah, dude, look at the leaves. That's what nanite foliage is gonna fix. But for blockout, we don't give a shit. Now, I think that these leaves are emissive, so I'm kind of curious what this looks like at nighttime. I don't know why ultra dynamic doesn't show up here. Weird. That's another thing too. So a lot of the games that I see in this genre do not do dynamic day-night cycles, and they don't really make use of weather. I think with Ultra Dynamic Sky, we can have those dynamic day-night cycles, or if you play, you know, like the static map, there's a lot of people that do speed runs, so we want to keep that consistent. And weather patterns wouldn't work for that, but there's other modes that we could do that would enable those, and that could be kind of fun. Yeah. And that's the pit that you gotta escape. Yes. Shut up. I wanted a thing where the noise would scroll at different speeds based on distance from camera, so you can't see any shapes in screenshots, but when it's in motion, you can tell where you are. I've seen that. I saw that on Twitter. It's pretty cool. I think this could look pretty fun, or there could be a really fun mode with like fog as well. I mean, imagine having to climb up with like super dense fog. Ooh, it's volumetric too. All chunky. I like it. That could be kind of sinister, right? Like, especially at nighttime. That could be kind of fun to play around with. Or with our rain. Or even snow. That could be pretty. What if we have a mode that just needlessly adds survival mechanics into the game? So for absolutely zero reason at all, you have to collect food and water to keep spoon fed and hydrated. That's a commentary about survival games. I mean, the player's pretty small in this. I feel like you could absolutely get quite a few hours of gameplay if you set up platforming sections in this. Oh, you got the great tree? That is purposeful. That is the The lore of this region is that there's a giant pit Spoon has been thrown down into, but the magic of the area prevented him from dying on fall. That's what the tree does. There's gonna be a village and settlement down here. Something small, but still notable. And he has to escape the pit by platforming. It'll be very beautiful. Must grow your own spoon. Yeah, we'll make spoon nuts like a collectible. Because I do kind of want there to be main platforming sections, but maybe some optional ones for those collectibles. Be kind of fun. Just to know that there's a pit inside another pit. Yeah. You get to the top and then you can't see it here, but then there's an even wider pit. He just gets to the top, he's like, fuck! You've never left the sewers of Golemstone. I need to delete all the shit here that I'm not using. Which kind of sucks. But I don't want to overbloat the... Isn't there like an asset cleanup plugin? Maybe I have it. Asset cleaner. Okay, fuck it, I'll try it. I've never used it before. Install to engine. Edit plugins. Let me restart. New plugins. Asset cleaner. How do we use it? Oh, it's a presentation. Welcome to the new Assets Cleaner 2.0. Thank you. That's very nice of you. Before delete, okay, I'm not going to delete. Backup project use source control. I do use source control. That's crazy, sir. Window Assets Cleaner, okay. I don't see it. Tools. I see it. Unused assets. And I search by folder hierarchy. Honestly, it kind of looks like I use everything from that pack. Except for like this blueprint, which, you know, is not going to take up much space at all. And then some textures. Well, that's not very helpful. Well, I can delete these at least. Something. Better than nothing. And I doubt that the levels are going to be very big. Yeah, I mean, it's like 16 megabytes. I guess I could save a little bit from that. is what it is. Okay, it's a nice plugin. I approve. We have that. I mean, how much time do we expect that to take with this size? Well, I guess first off, do we like this size? If you were told, hey, here's your intro cutscene or whatever, nothing too crazy, let's just get you into the game as soon as possible. Your goal is to escape the pit, and you can see the platforms going around the entire map. Is that nice? Do people like that idea? Man, I feel like if it's challenging, you definitely could probably spend 4 hours maybe on this map. Assuming you don't fall. You leave the pit and there's an even more upscale tree. I did kind of want to have, so this is, like I said, this is actually pretty accurate. I wanted to have kind of a barren desert. So this would be taking place in the golden wastes of the land. You know, I can pull it up. It was kind of a work in progress, but I can show you what Erythia looked like. Who did I send it to? I think I sent it here. I'm looking for it. Where is it? Oh, here it is. This was the work in progress. Obviously, it's kind of hard to see on this detail level, but I wanted this to take place somewhere in the Golden Wastes, so we can kind of get away with just making like an endless desert at the top. Cauldron Chronicles would have taken place around here. You have Ice Watch, Golem Stone. Like I said, it's hard to see in this detail level because I zoomed out, but you get the point. Which, I mean, to be fair, I probably should put that part of the world up here then. I think for now I can just get away with using some cubes or some shit. Okay. That will just be endless sand and shit. It's beautiful. What happens if they overlap a bit? Oh, it won't cause a problem. Cool. Can I make the inside walls of this? Fuck off. Can I select all the inside sections or something? Select all. The fuck is coplanar? Coplanar. Oh, that's what we want. Okay, I found that. Cool. Cool beans. Does that material actually work on this? Oh yeah, it does. It is upside down. But it does work. And then we'll put the same thing here. Sweet. Yeah, so there should be a little town down here in the pit. We can just put, you know, make that with cubes and shit, right? It doesn't have to be too crazy. I do need to figure out the scale of that, though. Actually, rather than pulling the blueprint, I'll just pull in the mannequin. Okay. Let us block out a house. They do not need to be too big. Also, I forgot to put this in the right data layer. See. Here we go. Okay. Put that at 45. And I'm not going to fill in like these gaps or anything. It really just needs to look like it will work. That's it. Beautiful. There's a house. Happy living. Prototype. Let's do grid. Duplicate. Grid gray. It is upside down. Did I put it in the wrong corner? The fuck? I can fix that. But I can flip that. There we go. Flip horizontal. Never mind. Never mind, I take it back. Mistakes were made. Don't question it, don't fuck with it. Just let it be. It's set to W for Wumbo, okay? That's what we want. Is that a pretty good size for a house? Yeah, that's pretty good for what I'm thinking. They're not meant to be big, just meant to be like a small little village down here who discovered that they can fall into the pit without dying. I'll take it. Let's group these. We can. We could even just cook them into a mesh if we want to. Modeling. It includes engine assets which cannot be modified. How about you go fuck yourself? I'll just group them. The fuck? Oops. Didn't mean to include that. That's better. You wouldn't like me when I'm crying? You can't handle me at my worst, then you don't deserve me at my best. I don't know, we'll just make a smattering of these and place them down here. Doesn't matter where they are. We just need to know we want to have some buildings down here. Well, they do not like being scaled, I can tell you that. It's beautiful. What a hodgepodge. I wouldn't mind if there was like a, you know, an ecosystem of some sorts down here too. I don't know any better way to describe that. Implement the mold that got cut from Half-Life 1? What the fuck was the mold that got cut from Half-Life 1? We'll get grid blue. This will just be for water. They wanted mold to grow live on the walls? Oh shit. That would be pretty cool to implement in a game. But I imagine I would need quite a bit of technical expertise to accomplish that. I could make the back-end system that allows it to grow, but I can't do the art side of that. Do I have like some rocks that I can use? Like cliff faces. I have rock. One rock. Rock one. That'll work. There's some like ground pieces. Guess I could use those. Are we? This is a little bit too wide. 58,000. 57,000. Hey Rex. I still have to take a look at what you did, Rex, with Coindozer. Can you tell me, by the way, which things did you work? You did the platinum chip visibility, right? Let me quickly load that up. Yeah, I want to see what you did, and I can approve things now. Then we can mark them as finished. Stop spawning other things around it. Damn game. I like the platinum chip. I wonder if our main coins they have a little bit too much silver. And so the contrast between them and some of the other collectibles. Yeah, but then like the gold bars are like, what do you want them to be? I think it's fine. I'm nitpicking at this point. Icons timer plat, fixed annoying LEDs and bucket stuff, try change LED color. Get the sides gold if you prefer on origin. I think for now we'll do it. We can always tweak it after release if people think that the contrast isn't good enough, or just see what playtesters say. I'm okay with it. That's good for me. Minigame overlay material. Have you done this at all yet? Oh, I don't have my gamepad hooked up. Basically just need a new material for this. Presence up and I'll show you I might do a texture for it to switch between. I mean, I don't even hate this, to be honest. Like, it's at least noticeable. Does this really look... I mean, I guess the thing that looks bad is that the circle is off-centered. That's kind of the only problem. And maybe if we just fixed the mask circle being off-center. Because I don't really know what I'm doing with materials. Make sides. Okay. I mean, I think that's the easiest solution and arguably the one that will look the most reasonable. So, that material is in gallery section selected. And you can tweak it however you want. I had to fuck around with it a bit just to get the circle to look decent because it was a weird, you know, it was a non-uniform mesh. So I don't know what I'm doing here, but go for it. What else do you say? You did the icons, right? It was the gold bar and the coin icons. Fuck off. The gold bar for me is realistic, but that's the problem is that real gold just doesn't have that shiny yellow hue. It is dull like that, so it doesn't stand out, you know? Yeah, I want these to be a bit more stylized, I suppose, because they kind of blend into the metallic gray backgrounds a bit. Replace checkmark icon. Bonus timers on table not reset. You said you fixed the timers, right? I think you mentioned that. Those should be fixed. Awesome. Appreciate that. And then we need the icon on the ATM minigame. The ATM though also has some lighting issues, but we're gonna fix that with the lighting pass, so don't worry about it right now. It gets a little blown out, but that's primarily just due to that giant ass spotlight shining on it, so. You can put V button to test timers. Did you do a debug keyboard key, or did you just throw like an input in? Because we'll have to disable that. There are like debug key events in the engine, right? Yeah. Okay. Beautiful. I could swear there was. I mean, I honestly could be high right now, but I thought there were like debug keys that wouldn't work in the built version of the game, and I've never used them because I just delete them if I don't need them, right? Debug key. Yeah, development only. I should use those more often. Either way, I think it's looking good. We're making progress. I found somebody last night, and if, by the way, if anybody in chat knows, let me get the languages up again because I need people for certain languages. Russian, Chinese, German, or Korean. We need people that can translate into those languages. So if anybody in chat is one of those people, let me know. Or if anybody in chat has a language that isn't listed here that they would want to translate the game into, I'm open to that. I can't afford a whole lot though, so keep that in mind. Amateur Japanese. My wife actually is going to be doing the Japanese for the game, but I do appreciate the offer. The only ones we need are the Russian, Chinese, German, and Korean. I don't know anybody with those. I think Russian and German I can probably find, but I don't know any Chinese speakers or Korean speakers. But I think I'll find somebody with those. What's happening to my camera? What is this? Unreal? What the fuck is it doing? Cursed project. Oh, look at it. Okay, just place some rocks around. We just need to know there's gonna be rocks. I can place some trees too if we want. Doesn't have to be too crazy. Can you mesh foliage paint still? I guess it says so. Create new assets, static mesh foliage. Testing. And I'll just make a static mesh cylinder that's roughly the right height. No leaves or anything, just cylinders. That'll work. Material. Proto brown. Works for me. Don't I have to paint on a landscape though, or is it gonna be okay painting on? Nope, it's fine, okay. Very cool. Let's see, let's lower the density down to like 2. That'll work. Hey Skittles. Welcome, welcome. Do a radius of 1,000. Happy can pick what it will spawn on and link to. Oh, I see that. That's cool. I missed that section. Thanks for telling me. Okay, they don't need to be different scale or anything. We just need to know, hey, there's gonna be place some trees here. Should I enable nanite on them? Just for the proto, because there's gonna be a lot of them in the scene. What's the mesh look like? Not very great for nanite, but no, we don't need it. Fuck it. ISM. Oh yeah, they are instant static. Are they? Even when you paint it as foliage? Oh, that's nice to know. Thanks. Thanks for telling me. I've always wondered about that. I mean, it's a blackout scene anyway, so who cares about its performance, right? Don't play the Cauldron Chronicles theme song. What are you doing? Makes me nostalgic now. You want to know one thing that I think will be annoying though in this map that I think LD is going to have to take into consideration is falling at different parts of the larger the level, falling at different parts of it is going to make it more annoying to get back to the starting point. So I'm wondering if there are some ways that we could have multiple jump back up points. I mean, I know that we can. It's just that's going to be that will have to be a consideration for a map like this. I do like this song though. Audio Creatures did such a fantastic job making it. Make even like a little river coming from the wall or something. Maybe a bit of a like a collapsed section with some sand and sandstone at the bottom. That could be kind of cool too. Yeah, that could work. Yeah, for sure, just because of the scale of the level. We're gonna need multiple pathways up to those... up to the sections. Huge tree? It is a huge tree, yeah. That's kind of like, the intention is we wanted to have this like magical pit in the Golden Chronicles universe where the main character's spoon gets thrown down into, and this tree serves as both a backdrop and the lifeblood of the pit. Oh. Part of me's wondering if it is too big though. And this is just a placeholder tree. This is blocking out. I don't hate this scale, but also it is going to be very hard to make a level that can utilize it properly. I mean, if the platforming sections are near like the outer edge of the pit, I think that gives you a much better field of view of the tree itself and allows you to appreciate its scale more, which doesn't mean that we can't have sections that maybe go towards the trunk of the tree or something, although then we run into the issue of if the player can, you know, if it has collision, then the player could jump onto the tree and use it, which depending on how the tree is made, we could use to our advantage for platforming, and that could be cool. Think of like Elden Ring with that underground area where you're running on roots and stuff. That's cool. I like that. But we just need to be careful about how and where we utilize those parts. You know, come onto here, the player jumps onto here, follows this up, and, you know, jumps off onto a platform, and then we can move our way up and around the pit some more, depending on scale up into the leaves too. And I think we can find a cool route up with that. But yeah, maybe the scale is a bit too big. I mean, imagine if the player starts platforming up over here by the village, right? They get up here, whatever, they're doing fine, they're doing well. Get over to here and they fall. It's like, we really want the player to have to run back to the village? Do we give the player a teleport? I wouldn't really mind if we gave the player a teleport, to be honest. Just as long as it couldn't be accidentally hit, right? Because that would suck. Some pretty nice rocks. Like, textures obviously are low res just because we scale them up so much, but the meshes have quite a few triangles. Yeah, 74,000. Pretty good. They're pretty pretty optimized nanite rocks. Well, I could at least maybe for now use a spline just to visualize what the path might look like. So just as like a starting point. EP graph. Oh yeah, I did play around with okay, I didn't show. This is one thing I didn't show to you guys because we decided that we probably weren't going to use it. Let me download the videos. I feel like this might have some use in the game, but I didn't. I don't know. I thought that. I don't know. It would depend, right? We can quite easily just change the player's gravity. That was just me testing. But that would mean that it would work with the... it would work with the ice. I really like the effect. So that is an option that we can use. Hello everybody, my name is Joey.
Shut up!
Professional
Get out of it! Cringe!
Don't autoplay my old videos. Hello everybody. My name is Pyrosoftware and I'm about to have the craziest opinion about gaming in history. Blueprint class BP. Simple spline. I just need a spline. Spline. Oops. Okay. I can make the I can make that like appear bigger, right? I think there's some visual options for the spline. I can change colors. Scale visualization width. Oh, and I want that pretty big just because the scale of the level is pretty large. Bigger. Go 250 and make it red or something. Only when selected, though. Eh, whatever, it's fine. Let's just think of what the general route would be. And then we can adjust the Z's for it. I would like if the starting part of the platforming would keep you generally like over the village in that area a bit. That can be like one section. Do we want to color code? Can I color code it? Line editor. Set unselected spline segment color. All right. Thank you, Rex. Linear color. Oops. Spline color, instance editable, default file. Is that working? Okay. Let's try something like that. Dude, even Lumen is like loving the red color. Kind of funny. I didn't think I think Lumen in the editor would pick up the spline color. So I was hoping we could have like checkpoint platforms. That's one of the reasons that I made the the teleport system here, which of course you could disable if you know you're playing like maybe a hardcore mode or speedrun mode or something. You don't have access to this. But I figure that most casual players might want something like this, where if they unlock, let's say, a platform after a section and they fall, they can choose to teleport up there, but maybe it nullifies certain factors, right? Or like certain achievements. That's at least what I was thinking. Bouncy, bouncy, bouncy. Yay. Oop, I fell. Let's get a cylinder for the platforms. I don't know what color they should be. At least for the sake of testing, I think it should be pretty noticeable. Try orange. Doesn't feel very orange though, does it? I think it's just the lighting that there's like no natural light down here. What makes it look a little bit darker. Probably just. Yeah, I think the size is pretty good representation. We could even make like separate sections of the village that have like grown into the walls, but that's a super in the future sort of thing we need to worry about. For now, I'm not unhappy with this. Alright, new spline. Let's make this magenta for the ladies. So if you are a woman, you must, of course, like pink. Pretty sure they revoke your uterus if you don't. Let's see about the pathway here. Okay, by the end of it, let's say that the player's maybe about halfway up the tree. It's a pretty long section, though. I want there to be like one section called like the climb, and it's just like a near vertical section. So maybe if the next section can bring the player down a bit further, and then we just have like a straight ass vertical section. I mean, it would kind of make sense here maybe with the destroyed wall if we do that. And so you're climbing up some of those sections, but then there's just too high of sections that you can't get past, so you have to kind of jump back onto some platforms. That could be kind of cool. That'll work. New spline. Let's make it blue. This can be a bit of a rapid descent. Maybe like an ice section. Ooh. You have to rapidly jump between icy platforms. And like slide down it. Oh fuck, that could be really difficult. That's the point. I lost my tangent. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna push the player down here-ish. Damn it. There we go. Okay, so a bit of an ascent, and then a rapid icy descent. And you work your way up to here, is near the ground, and then there will be a straight, scary climb. The wall. You know what, I'll just shove this in the wall a bit. And we'll just bring this spline tangent over to it. Beautiful. Okay, that's 1 section, 2 section, and 3 sections. This will be the 4th. What color? I think that would look very easy to notice against the backdrop of that. I could try like a bright green. There we go. And let's just go like this, make some points. I want this to get you tantalizingly close to the top, but not yet there. Damn it. Get out of the wall. Honestly, I think the blue would have looked better against here because it would contrast with the orangish. I'll switch the colors around. This can be the bright green. That one, the blue. And I think it'd be really cool if like this last section takes you through the leaves. Like a bug bite. Yeah, I fixed it. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. You know what, I'll go to the bathroom too while I'm up. Here, be. It is still raining outside. That's so unfortunate. I have things I have to do after work. Ugh. I'm wondering. I think I might like curve, and then you kind of leave like right above where the village is, so you can look down and see where you started. What color do we want to use for this though? We have red, pink, green, and blue. I'd like to stay away from yellow. Maybe bright yellow would be visible, I don't know. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not as bad as I thought it would be. It'll work. It'd be kind of cool if it like poked you up above the tree a bit too. I think that could be kind of fun. And this will be the end point. That's got to be up here. I don't know, something like that could work. We have 5 main sections that we can focus on designing in different ways. Maybe with like a specific mechanic in mind, or a surface material, or a set of them in some ways. You know, for instance, we have like the mud, and I think that the mud could be interestingly used here or something. Especially if we maybe have this being both a... like maybe that ruined section has some like water coming through it or whatever, and it creates some mud, so you have to climb up these muddy bricks. Or crumbling. We have the crumbling. Don't forget. That's an option. It could be kind of fun. The icy path could be pretty cool, especially if it's like a more like a faster paced bit. So maybe the pink is a bit of a slog, but not too bad. And then you have the ice, and you have to race down fast and jump over some obstacles or some gaps. And then this is like slow and methodical. This will be a little disorienting, hard to see. Then you finally break through that line and you're on the home stretch. And then you get up here and like chat is saying we should just have another pit. It's just secretly a pit within a pit. And that's where the game ends and the credits roll. That would be funny. But no, that sounds pretty good. And then with checkpoints, 5 checkpoints that are, you know, largely like, we can just disable the blueprint, so we can still have the platforms, but disable the checkpoint system for people that don't want it. Now, theoretically, this is in the Golden Chronicles universe. And, you know, again, theoretically, we have bodies of water. Do we want to just steal the fishing minigame from Golden Chronicles and put it in here? That could be a good way to de-stress, right? You know, you fell off of a difficult section, and you're like, fuck it, I want to just go fish. I'll just catch like 2 fish, and then we can get back to climbing. But then I'd have to put fluid flux in. I don't want fluid flux in this game. Please, no. No fluid flux. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Oh yeah, my spline's turned on too. That's... $10K bits redeem equals implement fluid flux. Ooh, actually, you know what? That does kind of remind me. We should absolutely have some Twitch interaction with this game. I don't know what it would be, but it would be pretty cool. Obviously, you know, optional, right? So. Maybe different like weather patterns, or I don't know, spawning some items, disabling a checkpoint or something. I don't know. I wonder what we could do. I mean, if we have platforms, we could say that there are some platforms that are Twitch control capable, right? And maybe Twitch can temporarily disable one of them for like a couple seconds, or switch like its surface to be icy. That wouldn't be difficult to do. Rotate, yeah, that's true. Rotation could be pretty fun. Should the teleportation, if we have it enabled, should it like consume like a resource or something? Maybe like little crystals that you can collect along optional routes. So I want to have like optional routes that you can go that might be well, let's just give you an example. Let's say you can take an optional really hard route from like here to here, right? And that'll save you having to do all this. We can do that super easily with data layers. Like, it's beyond simple how easy it is. Would people find that fun? Eating fish you can tell eating fish so you can tell. Actually, I'm not against that. Yeah, it's pretty fun. And then we could have like little platforms with fish. We could do that. Little fishing sections on these platforms. Like treat them like rest stops when you're driving. That could be nice. Here's an idea I had. So I talked about it before, but do you guys know Ghost of Tsushima? Have you ever played it or seen somebody playing it? If you haven't, I'll show you something. When you're playing the game, you can come across these sections where you can create haikus. You know, it's supposed to be very meditative and plays into the spirituality of Japan. I think there were really nice sections in this game. I was wondering if we could do something like this in our game, where you have these poetry sections, but you know, it's Spoon creating poetry, so it's all just a bunch of like, it doesn't rhyme very well. It's super simplistic word. It's like if a TikTok Coco Melon brain rot sewer goblin was asked to reflect on nature. It's exactly what you would expect from it. I think this would be a pretty easy system to make. Are you freehand prototyping? I'm freehand prototyping, yeah. With the general plan of we need to get from the bottom of the pit to the top of the pit. This camera is the secret goat of shipping. So maybe we can make like these little like rest stop areas both. You can do some fishing to get more teleport crystals or something. you can do the haiku stuff, like just really stupid fun things that players don't have to engage in, but if they want to, it can kind of make things funny or enjoyable. It's also just nice to take a break when you're playing a game like this. We can say, okay, whew, I made it past that section. I enabled a checkpoint. Let's just relax a bit, you know, de-stress, and then we can start going to the next one. How do we use these prototyping sticky notes? I don't think I can write my own stuff in them though. Props. No, it's not a prop. Generic. It's weird, I don't see it. Oh, needs art pass. That's perfect. This whole game needs an art pass. The closed map, like the pit, you have to choose the same sentences, but in different spot. You can see only a bunch of them. In a different spot on the map, you can do different combinations of sentences based on what you see in that position, pointing at stuff like a ghost. Oh, so like have like literally, if you cannot see that point, then you cannot add it to your poem. I like it in theory, but it could be difficult to pull off because you would have to choose 3. I don't know, it could get really weird, but that could also be part of the fun, is that it just doesn't make sense. For me, Spoon's poetry, I mean, if he's sitting up here, right? He might say, oh, lake that looks like Peener, tree as hard as one, I like grass. Like that see, that this would be his kind of poem. Rocks hard as my balls. I think the artist would kill me though if I make it too cringy. She's already given me a warning. She's like, I swear to God, if this game is cringy, kick me. Oh, nice. Oh, create custom note here. Ow. Maybe there's a blueprint? Crap. Crap. I love it. How do I create the custom note? What do I do with that? Like, it's just a static mesh. Maybe it's because I pulled in... I don't know, I don't think there's any blueprints in here or anything. Wouldn't be in here. Who knows? Now, I'll just make some documentation about this on Utrecht later. And for right now, we can just mock it up. Okay, do that, move this one a little bit further. We'll use this one as a example. And then I can like take a picture of it or something. Grid gray. Do we want anything else on these platforms? Like maybe because we have like a dynamic day-night cycle, a place to rest until a certain time? Maybe? I get so confused by the changes in the interface they did. That looks kind of silly, but I think it'll be fine. Yeah, this will just be like a little shelter. Oop, that's the mesh. I need the material. What other things might be nice on a little platform to rest on? We have Sewer Goblin Haiku, fishing, and resting. The Sewer Goblin Haiku does absolutely nothing. Fishing is a way to replenish teleportation crystals. And then we have the resting, which can change the time of day. And maybe even allows you to change the weather too, for certain modes. What else would be relaxing? Would like a telescope be cool? If you could look through a telescope and like see the path ahead of you. Like here we screen overlay, reduce FOV. And you can kind of see what's left. I feel like that would just be nice to have regardless. Like not on the platforms, but just you always have that. Hmm. Can't think of anything for now. This will be a good start, though. Let's get just a shot of this. So... One, two, three. I would need to make a board for this, so I'm just gonna throw this in our Discord channel. I'll write about it later. Could be kind of cool if we have some like sections here that aren't explicitly just platforms, because that's gonna be really fucking boring at a certain point. But if rather it's more just like a section jutting out from the wall. I mean, a 15-degree angle is pretty steep. But I can put it down here. You know, like maybe up here with like a little bit of a forested area. And then you can jump back up onto the climbing section from there. I don't know what you guys feel about that. But I mean, if you imagine the Rage platformer, right? And you have quite a lot of platforming and stuff ahead of you. I think it's cool to have sections that aren't explicitly just platforms. Or even if there is some platforming, you do have a bit of a safety net. Or maybe they just do something different. I mean, what if there's like a creature up here that will charge you and slam you and then ragdoll you? And so you have to get past him and I'm back onto the platforms. Maybe it could be cool. Initially, I was against ragdolling, but I think if we do it in very careful places and for very specific reasons, it could work. It depends. It depends, because I don't know how well that would play with different surface materials. It might just work kind of well, but also it might fuck things up. But then again, we don't have to put those separate surface materials in places where the player could ragdoll. So we can kind of get away with it. I gotta talk about it with the other team members. See how they feel and then do a little prototyping and see if it works. But in premise, I don't hate it. So we have checkpoint platforms. These can be optionally have a checkpoint. BP. Rest spot that can be used in some modes to change time of day and weather. Fishing spot that can be used in some modes to replenish crystal. Let's just call them crystal fish. It can be used to teleport unlocked checkpoints. And haiku spot used to write sewer goblin haikus. It's so dumb. I can throw the checkpoints on this map actually if we want. BP checkpoint. With the absolutely beautiful artwork. Sometimes I have to tell adults I don't know what their imaginary friends are talking about is too damn high. Adults? Imaginary friends? Huh? Your life is glam. Wait, I mean, you're not being like serious, right? Auto discover checkpoint. Interact to teleport. Okay, that will auto discover too since we've turned that on. Okay, that'll work. Duplicate. Just call platform 1. We can leave that empty. Theoretically, that should work. if I actually were to give it a different ID. Good to know my system can handle blank row names. I appreciate that. Sweet. That'll be handy for testing. Okay, platform 2. Usually this looks kind of like a game where you step on a platform and it takes you to the end of the level like an idle game. Yeah, for now it does. Like it just follows the splines. That'd be nice. In practice, it's going to be a lot less relaxing and a lot more frustrating. It'd be funny though if you took the HP1 game approach and the ad was like Puzzle Mario, but the game was just that. Oh, the phone game approach and the ad was just like Puzzle Mario, but the game was just that. Oh yeah, I know what you mean. Somebody made a game on Steam that was those phone games. When did I think we saw that last week. Those games. Yeah, you want those games, right? So here you go now, let's see you clear them. Which I think this was absolutely brilliant. Oh, by the way, we talked about Octopath Traveler quite a bit on this channel, and there is a sale running for both games, 60% off, which is pretty rare. I think this is the biggest sale that they've had, so if you're looking for new RPGs to play with amazing soundtracks and great combat systems, I do recommend these. Last week I bought 2 games for $3. Are you winning, son? Yes. Octopath? Yeah, I was mentioning that they have a probably the biggest sale that I've seen, and they're both 60% off. Highly worth it. Free climb and save. Let's set this to 4, and then the last one we'll place up here. Okay, very cool. I will move the player start and all this stuff over by the first platform. Make it simple. Oops. Don't rotate UDS because it rotates the sun. Just put those over there. Why did that not unlock platform 3? Or maybe I just didn't set that as an ID. Platform 2. Platform 3. Look. Are they potentially being cold from the... Oh yeah, look at that. Unlock checkpoint 3. Interesting. It's such a big level that they're being automatically cold. The good news is that if you can pull them into range of being rendered, that they will unlock. But that's nice at least. But that is a little dangerous. Yeah. I did write the system pretty well, so if it can't find them, then it's not going to show them. But at the same time, that ain't good. Not a very good checkpoint system if the checkpoints aren't rendered anymore. Can I fix that? I've never had that issue, so I don't know how to fix it. Data layers. Is spatially loaded. Turn off. Aha! Problem solved. Except I named platform 4 the same thing. That was my fault. Okay, that's how you can resolve that problem. Turn off spatially loaded. Good to know. That's gonna happen a lot for players. Yeah, some option to be able to teleport back to what would be considered the level's main the main teleport would be nice. Maybe I can implement that. Should be able to. Interaction. Input action. Teleport home. Make that T for now. That's right, I put it in the character. Yeah, but I should put the input mapping context into the player controller. Or the pawn. No, player controller. Pawn can change, player controller wouldn't change. Teleport. I have to see what I do for teleporting right now. Checkpoint ID. You know, we could utilize that. If we go to ST checkpoint, we do auto discover. B is home teleport. Where's home checkpoint? Save, check out, close, don't save anything. And reload. Let me see if it's still raining. Only a little bit. Like I mentioned, I'll have to leave a little bit early today because I gotta get photos. I have no idea where I'm gonna get photos. Probably in the city somewhere. Kind of a waste of time and money to go to the city just for photos, though. What are you gonna do? It's gotta be done. Maybe I can do a little shopping. M-Proto was missing the usage flag. Be used with instant static meshes. Now it's not. Made a Kanban board that uses GitHub Projects API. I've never used GitHub Projects. But I like U-Track. Jira was cool, but it's expensive. And they lock all the good features behind paying shit tons of money, so. I use U-Track. I get all that for free. Checkpoints, yeah, checkpoints save their ID, so what I could do is loop through the available checkpoints in the level and just take the first one that's considered home. So I will make a function just called teleport to home checkpoint. Get all actors of class checkpoint. Not empty. You could put a warning here too, so instead of doing a for each loop with break, I will do a for each loop. And we can build an array of actors, of checkpoint actors. Take the first one, but if we discover that there's more than one, we'll poop out a variable. Marine APIs to replicate their. Why not just use like something better? Instead of like doing this backwards stuff. Okay, what is the variable called for these? Checkpoint ID. Get data table row. We'll make sure it's valid. Well, if it's row, I think it would just default to row not found if the data table is not valid. I could do it either way. Hey Refix, working on a new game. Kind of, yes. This one is we've been working on in the background, but with Coindozer, the game that we're closest to finishing, I don't have anything to do on stream. I have to do a lot of stuff off stream. So I figured I would still stream, but do something that I could do on stream, and then work behind the scenes on that. So I will probably be taking off Thursday and Friday to do off stream work on that. One project, one website to control. I don't know. I mean, think of it this way. This is what you're saying is exactly what Microsoft wanted to do with Teams, was to put everything into one software. And look how well Teams is received. If it works for you though, it works for you, right? I can tell you something though, if it's just for you, fine, but most people would probably not want a Kanban board or sprint board linked to their Google calendars. Yeah, if it's just for you, it's fine. We have a saying in the industry of Jira jockeys, which are the producers that literally just sit on Jira and will message you and ask you, hey, is this done? Hey, it's due in 2 hours. Hey, hello, you need help? Are there any blockers? You don't like Jira jockeys. Anything you can share about this project besides it being a platformer? Yeah, I mean, I can share anything about it. The intention is to make it in the same universe as Colton Chronicles. And you play a Spoon, the sewer goblin, and you're thrown in this pit with this magical tree that protects you from dying when you fall. And then you have to platform your way back up through different sections. to escape the pit, the chasm. And this is all just block up placeholder just to get a sense of the scale and see how it feels. And then we can start throwing in some platforms on the sections and see how it goes. Where's my show splines? Show flag.splines 1. Luch Labs, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. Sounds like fun. Well, it will be a rage / precision platformer, so it's you know what it will be? It'll be fun to watch your favorite content creators get mad while falling. There we go. Indeed. There is I can show you the map where I did some platforming testing. So I made some initial mechanics that we can use. Some people in my chat have seen this multiple times. I apologize. I worked on some stuff like disappearing platforms. These ones will just instantly start the timer when you step on them. The timer is adjustable so you can make it shorter or longer, all within the blueprint. This is one where the timer will pause while the player is off of the platform. You can see. Timer reversing when the player steps off. A disappearing platform that will, timer will restart. Destructible ones, these are kind of fun. These are my favorite. Oops. That's what happens. I made some moving platforms. These follow a spline. Speed is constant despite spline length. Speed is adjustable. Custom curves for movement. Optional kill at destination. With optional respawn and a timer. You can put custom actors or custom meshes in, which is nice. And because you can put custom actors in, you can also do our time platforms. Oop. And that one respawns. I remember playing many janky PS1 era games with infuriating platforming back in the day. Well, buckle up, kiddo. You're 10 years old again. And you're on Epstein's list. I also made surface materials. These were a little bit more tricky to set up than they might sound, but we have ice and mud as some starting materials. Mud should be very annoying, which is perfect. Same with ice too. And they are based off of physical materials, which means that you can have one mesh with multiple different material layers and then apply different materials for each layer. Hopefully that'll give artists a lot of control. Mandatory ice play, exactly. And I made it work with non-flat slippery surfaces, which again, you would think would be simple, but the player is not a physics-based object normally. So if you have a slippery material and you put the player on it, they're not going to slip. So I had to do some tomfoolery behind the scenes to make it work the way that you would expect it. But I did get it working, so I think there will be plenty of uses for that. Oop. careful. And then the last thing I made was some bounce pads. At least for now, this is the last thing that I made. These will boing boing you, of course. The impulse is adjustable, as you would expect it to be. It can bounce anything with a movement component or a static mesh component, and it will just take the first component that it finds. The impulse is static, so mass is taken into account. I think one way that we can improve it is to bounce an entire blueprint, but usually you give the physics to the static mesh component, not the blueprint, so I don't know. We'll see how it works. Might have to fix some of that. You can toggle the player mesh bounciness, so in this case the player can't bounce but the meshes can, and you can also do vice versa where the meshes don't bounce but the player does. And it's based on impact normal, so it bounces you in the direction that you would expect. Obviously supports custom mesh, and because we can use custom meshes or actors for the platforms, we can also do things like this. Hey, Pigukim. I hope you guys like that. That's just the start of our mechanics. And then I give this to a level designer and I say, here, tell me if you need anything else. Have fun, make it very frustrating. So cool mechanics, looking forward to see how it plans out. Thank you for showing me around. Thank you for being here. Yeah, like this, it's cool seeing it all laid out like this. I have started to make little levels like this, and I should do it more. This is pretty standard in the industry, but sometimes I just don't do it because it takes time. But I think that it's nice to be able to see it and for a level designer to say, okay, I really like how you made it so the player can't bounce on these, but the meshes can. How did you do that? Well, let's just enable that, that data layer, and we can see, okay, this is the one, can toggle. How did that happen? Oh, bounce acceptance, other actors only. Let's try players only. And then we can see, oh, okay, so that's how it works. So yeah, for me, I think that's worth it to do and to have showcased. We did it in Golden Chronicles too. I think you can, in the Steam version of Golden Chronicles, load up the test map. Pretty sure that's... pretty loud. Yeah, I did. I made the depth level. So we did that here for other aspects like the concussive blasting. Oh, I missed. What a little bitch, this pig. Nope, I definitely missed that. This one's easier. I can't miss this one, right? Beautiful. Yeah, I think these levels are pretty nice. Hey, Jormungandr. How you doing? I will have to get off in like an hour. I apologize, guys. I gotta get photos for my residency card, and I want to do it before places close. And it's raining today. I don't have an umbrella. Fuck rain. Teleporting, that's what I was doing. Where are we becoming a resident at? Poland. We hired a lawyer to help us because honestly it's just a really frustrating procedure. Better safe than sorry. You speak Polish? Not very much. For how many years I've been in Poland, I really should speak it better. Let's not talk about that. Why talk about my Polish skills when we can talk about my artistic? Oh wait, no, I don't have any of those either. Shit. Want to move to Ireland, Norway, or Denmark? Do you live in the EU right now or outside? Licensure for my job doesn't transfer very easily. Oh. Outside US. I'll tell you what, it is as much of a pain in the ass as it is to move to the US if you don't have US citizenship. It is equally as bad in Europe if you don't have European citizenship. It's horrendous. It sucks ass. Get married. Get married to somebody in the EU. It'll make it a lot easier. Same as the US. Get married. Been to Norway? Maybe considering moving to it in the future. I've never been to Scandinavian countries. I've always wanted to go though. What brought you to Poland? Game dev and wifey. Ireland isn't so bad if you can prove family lineage, which I can. Oh, that's cool. A lot of whiskey. Hey, loose types. Only have an EU residency because my wife is European. Dude, it's gonna be the same for me too. Honestly, it was horrible to obtain residency on the basis of work because... So here's what happens. You want to work in the EU. Great. You have to get a work permit. It can take sometimes, at least here in Poland, it can take like 2 to 3 months to get a work permit. Okay, you're not allowed to legally work until you have that work permit. Great. Companies really sure love doing that. And then you have to get it based on a contract that you sign, but a lot of contracts when you start working at someplace are a temporary contract, right? They want to see if you fit the company well and work well there, so they sign it for 3 months. Okay, well if it takes like 3 months to get a work permit, that work permit is going to be expired very soon after obtaining it, because you have to start a new work permit application if you sign a new contract. God forbid then you change, and then you have to apply for residency with that work permit. So if the work permit expires, it will pause your residency, and you have to get a new work permit and bring them the updated one. Isn't the standard full-time contracts with the probationary period? Well, the thing is, the probationary period is like a separate contract for most places. You sign the probationary period contract, and then after that, they decide if they want to sign the full contract. I mean, there's probably ways to make it easier, but most places just don't know the right thing to do. Now I know the right thing to do. But if you switch jobs, new contract, you need to either tell the residency office, and if they're in process of giving you residency, they will have to sometimes like restart the whole thing over. Oh, and also if you want to renew your residency contract, or residency permit, they also need completely new copies of every form that you gave them, even if it's like your birth certificate copy, which obviously that's not gonna change, or even on the basis of marriage, if you need to renew your your permit, you need to get another copy of your marriage certificate for some reason. It's just a whole bunch of paperwork that can take sometimes like over a year to do. And it's recommended that you don't leave the country while it's processing. So I don't know, it's really fucked up. It's horrible. And it's no better in the US. I don't want to say that it's better, but you would think that if somebody wants to work in a country, pay taxes, and engage in the society and, you know, conform to the culture, you should be like, okay, you want to pay taxes? Here's your tax ID. You want to work? Here's your work permit. You know, maybe you have like a probationary period as a resident in this country and you need to let us know what you're doing and how your job's going, but here, take it, because now we have another person in society who wants to help, who wants to grow our country. Here's free language classes. I don't know. Cries in German bureaucracy. It's all over the place. Bureaucracy is just the worst. They make it so hard to live in a place and just exist. Length. And then there was COVID. COVID was weird too because if there was any residence permit that was legal during COVID, they extended the validity of that. But then after they ended, ended that period, everything became null again. So it's really weird. But in Poland, I've been here for like 7 years or something. And I've only had one residency permit, which wasn't even valid for very long. Technically on paper. Print string. More than one home teleport found on. Hey, Chillimp. You need to print page 1 page? Yes, I can do that. Page custom. Is it page 4? Is that the one with like the number 4, right? Black and white. I'm printing. Yeah, but what's the number on the bottom of the page? Okay, that's the one I printed. Do we only need one copy or 2? Stop making sounds, just print. Do it. Okay, it's doing it. You have to threaten them sometimes. Okay, I got it. Look, I did it! It's gonna get wet in the rain. Oh, I'll try to keep it. I have to fold it up though. You're gonna have to do with folded up paper because I have nothing else to bring it home in. See papers and hear someone beating up a poor printer? Are you in some shady business? Yeah, I am. I'm in a shady business that's called game dev. Secretly, I run crypto scams and I make millions of dollars. But then I buy generic Coca-Cola so that you guys get thrown out of the loop. He wouldn't buy generic cola from Biedronka if he made millions of dollars. So clearly he must be poor. Hey, what is that? I want to try it now. It's literally Biedronka brand Cola Original Zero. It is about like 25-30% the price of Pepsi, but only about 70% the taste quality. So, I mean, not a bad bit of gains there. And smile at the paper, it'll get wet. Oh man, I didn't get enough work done this weekend. I was playing Killing Floor 3 all weekend, literally all weekend. $26.7 hours. It was fun though. Okay, teleport to home checkpoint. Not working. And the player... Oh, didn't save this. That's weird. Spotify is so weird sometimes. It just won't play files that are locally on my computer. I've no reason why. Is this not the player controller? Oh, no, it's not. Okay. That makes sense. Wait, it's still not working. Oh, world override, there we go. Never mind. Oh, because I didn't actually set any home teleports. I should put a, no home teleport found on this level. Wasn't a bug. I actually just didn't put in the right data. Beautiful. There we go. Cool. Very nice. Oh, there was like a weird click. Didn't mean to give you guys that view. Sorry about that. There's a weird clinking sound, and I think it's just the bubbles from my drink. God, I thought my like cooler was leaking liquid or something. That wouldn't have been good. I'm pretty happy with how this looks. I will share it with the other team members for this project and see what they think about the scale and the overall level idea. And same with the mechanics too that we have. I mean, it's big. It's definitely big, but I think it's doable. Especially if we just utilize some asset packs that we have, because, you know, it's only 3 of us. Only one 3D artist, and I'd rather that she focus on things that are more important. Like the very large tree or unique items and models that we need. And we can populate, I mean, this is meant to take place in the Cauldron Chronicles universe, so if we need to reuse some of those, like, assets that we had in Cauldron Chronicles, I'm okay with that. Although the trees were not very optimized. We might be better off making those from scratch. Of an artist? Yeah. I like the way that those assets look in Cauldron Chronicles. The problem is those assets were made before nanite, and they are not optimized for nanite, especially the grass and the leaves. And nanite foliage will not fix them because they are masked materials, which are the worst things for nanite. These leaves have like millions of triangles, and these are actually more optimized. Yeah, exactly. How you doing, Jones? And actually, these leaves aren't even very optimized. Look at that. Fucking on fire to the overdraw. Nanite foliage will fix this, though. So I don't care about it being bad for a blockout. But we're going to try and PCG the tree with custom assets that are all 3D modeled, so that we can enable nanite on all of it and have a really, really high quality looking tree that is extremely performant. That's the plan, at least. Which I think we can achieve. I do. Even this scene isn't that terrible. Oops. No, it's pretty bad. Could be worse. Granted, I think I am on like epic quality though. But even then. Shadows and ESR a little bit, volumetric fog of course is what it is. We'll optimize the hell out of it. Not important for right now. Alright, I know it's a bit early, but I don't think it's raining right now, and I do have to go get those photos taken, so I might call it there for today. Go get that done. Tomorrow we can do a full day of whatever. Something. And then like I mentioned, Thursday and Friday I'll likely be off so that I can do coin dozer work off stream. Yeah, let's pencil it in. I haven't updated my calendar in a long time. Oh, I put Killing Floor 3. We played Killing Floor 3 on that Friday. This was not System Break, actually. We've been doing Coin Dozer for the whole time. Coin Dozer development. Coin Guzzler. Shut up. I don't care if I'm out of storage. Okay, so here's the big thing. I don't have anything more to do for this right now. We were just meant to mock this up, see how we feel about it, and then we can kind of like get it all figured out. When I use Google Calendar with a custom calendar, the reason I do it in spreadsheets is because I am a game designer and this is my home. And it's also just easier to move things around. Really what it comes down to. Yeah. I do like to spread the sheets. Okay, wait. Thursday and Friday I'm off. It is raining? Well, fuck me, I guess. I have to do it, so... Sheets, probably. I have no choice. I have to get these photos taken. August. Let's see, August, Friday, and 31 days. Okay, 31, Friday, Coin Dozer off stream development. I'm gonna prepare you guys that this is likely going to be common in August, as I'm going to have to do off-stream stuff for CoinDozer. I don't know to what extent, but just note August might be a bit of a I need this day off because I have to coordinate stuff with these people, whatever. Focus Fridays. Which leaves Tuesday and Wednesday. Tuesday and Wednesday, Tuesday. I don't want to play a game on tomorrow and Wednesday. I obviously don't want to do that, but there's nothing more for Into the Chasm. CoinDozer, there's nothing. System Break, I'm just saving. I don't want to mentally jump between 3 games, so I'm kind of just doing it between 2 games. We could prototype. We could do like a prototype jam. Like take 2 days and try to make some cool system. Just for practice. I've talked forever about how I want to make a dialogue system that's better than Baldur's Gate 3. I doubt that would take me more than 2 days. I could get sneaky though. We could do some reactions. I don't know if there's a whole lot of gaming stuff to react to or anything though. I want to do game dev tomorrow. I want to actually just work on something. I could do Into the Chasm development if, you know, more of like this. If we do mechanics. So maybe I can think of some platforming mechanics that we can add and work on. And get those added to our other map. Maybe something a bit more challenging. Any tips for understanding code bases by just diving into the code, doing RimWorld, C# modding, and I could kill myself. Tips for understanding code bases by just diving in. You know, I might have some tips, but honestly, I think that a coder would be even better off giving you tips. As for me, I have never really had to jump too much into somebody else's like blueprint code base. I had to do that a little bit with Forever Skies when I worked on it. I don't know. I mean, is there any documentation for RimWorld's modding? Like where to find certain things, where to access it? I mean, I assume that they have a pretty clean code base as a whole just because of how crazy they get with their DLCs and keeping the game stable and running with that. So, I don't know. I don't know. Barely any docs. Oof. Yeah, dude. Yeah, like they have numbers, but Rim Job World, nice. That's my favorite game. Yeah, it's just, yeah, you're right. It's like just the, oh, it's because that's the actual whole wiki. You're right. It's just like C# tutorials, outdated, under review, wonderful. There might be a Discord for modding, or I guess a section on the Discord for modding, which might be nice. Also, the mod forum probably has a lot of info. How to make a RimWorld mod step by step. Be nice. Why mod? Just me. Modding is good. Modding is fun. 2024 and earlier. Not sure if I've seen anything in 2025. I mean, is this outdated though? I don't know. I don't know. You could jump into our Discord and like ping Kotzberg. Maybe he's got some ideas. Well, I'll take some time tonight and I'll think about what we can do. If I can't think of anything that would take like a full day or two, then we'll just come back and I'll do like a prototype jam. And we can just make different game prototypes. Or not like game prototypes, but like systems. And I don't know, just have a little bit of fun. It's a weird time. It's a weird time for us. And I don't know how August is gonna look like yet. It's good though, you know, we're finishing up the game. That's not a bad thing. Not knowing what we can or can't stream is just a side effect of the finishing. However, in August, we have Metal Gear Delta. How much is that gonna cost me? How much do I have to beg my parents to send me? 70 bucks? Oh, advanced access. Of course. I never played Snake. I never played this Metal Gear game. I was late to the Metal Gear franchise. "26th. Alright, fine. I'll go suck some dicks on the corner and make some money. We'll have some fun. That'll be good though. So I guess my goal would then be to try and get Coin Dozer literally released before that comes out. Yeah, I'll stream that. Why not? I never played it before. I really like the Metal Gear series. It looks fun. There's ladies. Ladies are good. For the most part. Look, she's looking at you happy. She's smiling. This guy has a gun. What does that say about life, huh? Men are just there to hold guns and attack you, while women are there to stand and look pretty? What did Kojima mean by this? Oh, you mean sucking dicks in the corner? Yeah. Yeah, I'll stream that. That'll be on my Chatterbait account. So August is a big ass question mark. That's what we'll say. And I'll probably have to take some days off, you know, here and there to do stuff off stream. But we don't have a whole lot left. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. A good part of this can be done in 1 day or 2 days maximum. Audio, we can probably, if we have all the audio clips, which I have to go through what was sent in, then I can implement all the audio in a day. Same with music. Languages might take a little bit longer, mainly because we might have to redo certain widgets visually. Thankfully not from like a functionality standpoint, but visually to accommodate other languages. So this could take me multiple days. Once we get the localization. I have somebody for icons. Credits easy, trailer will take a couple of days. Screenshots is interesting, so I don't know about you guys, but I've been thinking if we could just take screenshots for different languages. You can do that, right? Can you actually put screenshots for your game into localized? Localizing. To upload localized versions of a screenshot, drag and drop alternative versions onto the designated area next to the screenshot below. Oh. Okay, so yeah, you can localize screenshots. So I might do that too. So for me, like localization first, fix widgets, then we can do trailer screenshot at the end. I want to get the store page up for like 2 weeks with localization on day 1 of that store page. Gather wish lists, and then we launch after those 2 weeks. That's the plan. So overall, that's it for me. I will get going, jump out into the rain. I'll write this down later. I'll worry about that. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for more game development. Something. Either Into the Chasm, other systems, maybe a bit of both. Like maybe we'll just do a little bit of Coin Dozer because there are a couple things I can do on stream. And then if we have any Into the Chasm mechanics to make, we can do that. And then if we have any time left over, we can decide what we want to do. We'll play it by ear. So I apologize that the next couple of weeks are going to be a little bit chaotic in terms of my time, but I appreciate the support that you guys give nonetheless. And thank you to the guys who have, and the people who have resubbed today and followed. I really appreciate that. Every little bit counts. And when we reach 1,000 followers, I'd like to do a 24-hour stream. If I can actually survive that. That'll be fun though. And as usual, check out our Discord if you want to hang out with us and share development of your game or get information about game development. We also have a YouTube channel where you guys can see all of our previous days of development and our gameplay. So always be sure to give that a subscribe. And if you guys haven't seen it, I'm trying to shill it as much as possible. We do have a Steam curator group if you guys like this sort of thing, where you can see our curation for different games, and you guys can give our curator group a follow. I think you can get that in Twitch chat by typing in !curator. So that's pretty nice if you're looking for some recommendations based on different games. Either way, guys, have a great rest of your day. See you tomorrow. Peace. Take care. Cheers. Have a good one. Bye-bye. See you guys tomorrow.
Blah, blah, blah.